we're gonna do the usual thing. We're gonna start with the main scenario. We're gonna play up until we meet Maria. Then we'll take a little break, play Born from a Wish, explain who and what Maria is, and then come back to the main scenario since that's sort of where they meet up. But yeah, this is Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. This is a all-in-one mod of several different mods for the Silent Hill 2 PC version. There was an official Silent Hill 2 PC release. It was only ever officially released on physical media, like it never got a digital release legally anywhere. Which is a real shame because it's great for speedrunning. And with things like the Enhanced Edition, it's amazing when some really talented modders put all their efforts into one game. That's essentially what this mod is the culmination of a lot of mods from a lot of different modders all working together sort of make a better Silent Hill 2, because the Silent Hill 2 PC version on its own is pretty rough. It's pretty rough compared to the console releases like the PS2 and original Xbox releases. But the Enhanced Edition takes sort of the bones of that Silent Hill 2 PC version and then builds on it essentially a much closer idea to what I think a lot of fans were expecting the Silent Hill HD collection to be. So this is Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. We're just going to go for a good old normal. Been a while since we've gone through and done story playthroughs. So right down the middle, normal.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
It's immediately the first thing on James's mind is Mary. I love how immediate you get kind of a sense of James's mind. Like there's no question about what his motivations are. I love how clearly you can see everything. I know not having it dark and fuzzy is definitely one of those things if you're playing for the first time. Turn the brightness down, play it in a dark room. Make sure you've got the noise effect on. But I like being able to see all these textures and things nice and clearly and being able to talk about them and just really take in like how much amazing detail went into this game. You have the Heaven's Night posters with Maria, like immediately you're already seeing Maria as just like a teaser. Foreshadowing, all this foreshadowing immediately in the very first room. You have these Bible verses that are like mixed in with the graffiti on either side of the wall here. You have graffiti of what's supposed to represent the demon Lilith, along with what looks like Hebrew writing, but there's been a lot of different claims on like what this is. Some people claim that it is directly something like passages from the Bible, and others who say that it's just sort of like gibberish. I don't know anything about the language, so that much I wouldn't know about. But I just love how insane the level of detail is in this game. And it's stuff that all is there. Like if you're playing the original PS2 version, and you know, obviously if you're on original hardware and you're on like a CRT TV back in the day, there's a lot of this stuff that you wouldn't even really be able to make out, but it is there, you know. Stuff that has always been there in the environment, all these little bits of storytelling.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Still such a great scene. I love the performance from Guy Seehee there. Just the dialogue itself, the music, of course, just kind of perfectly ties that all together. Legendary, exactly, Young Grease. It's part of why when they show off, you know, the Silent Hill 2 remake, this scene is one of the first things that they're showing in the trailer, because this one like intro scene is so important for setting up kind of the feel and the mood of James as a character and the game and the story as a whole. So one of those things that it's very easy to mess this up when trying to recreate it. Wish Believer Team all the luck. This is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. I love that you kind of start with a little bit different headspace than Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1, everything feels very much against your control. Like, Alessa causes Harry to swerve and crash into the town. Harry, like, even if you try to leave, you know, the roads are completely blocked. There's no way to, like, physically leave the town. James can physically just walk away from Silent Hill right now. He can get back in his car and drive away from the town. There's nothing, the road hasn't caved away. You know, there's not a giant wall of, you know, chain link fences and barbed wire and crazy otherworld stuff that's like trapping him here. He is here for a definitive purpose. There's nothing, you know, magical. There's nothing about the town's influence that's necessarily keeping him here. He is ultimately here himself. One of those things that I agree when it comes to looking at this from the overall standpoint of how Angela and Eddie and Laura and all these other people sort of wind up here as well, and kind of how they all are very similar. And you can look at that as sort of the town calling all of these people here. But I still think it's somewhat up for debate whether or not the town's power itself is like sentient. Is this the town making a sentient choice to call these people here to sort of feed on them? Or is it sort of coincidental, like these people who were going to be here anyway, they were sort of destined to arrive at this same point anyway. The town is just enhancing and making real those aspects of their mind that sort of drove them back here. For James, like, this is something that I pointed out during the trailer for the Silent Hill 2 remake. You get a map of Silent Hill from your car. It's sitting right there on the driver's seat from where James got up and got out of the car. He came here with that map. Like, he was planning on being here in Silent Hill. His motivation because he's not from here, he doesn't live here. You know, he was here on vacation one time with his wife in the past. And the thing that like brings him back here, like the map to find his way here again, shows his intention of like, this is definitively where he was going to be. One of the things that they show in the Silent Hill 2 remake trailer is there's like a little stand with maps on it right here, like on the sidewalk, where you pick up the map as an afterthought, you know? It's a very small detail, but if you pick up the map after you arrive here, rather than having the map in the car with him, it gives you a different sense of James's intentions, James's motivations for being here. Like, him having the map in the car shows that, yeah, that was his plan the entire time. Him picking up the map after he arrives here makes it seem more like he just sort of arrived here against his own will. But now he needs the map to walk around, because it's a video game thing. I don't know. It's a really small detail, but those are the kind of things that I think are important. It's more important than it seems when it comes to character motivation. There's nothing else worth taking, is also the text that you get when examining the seat again after picking up the map. So you also you have showing and not telling, Jumble Tough, which is a really good point. And again, little details. James parking so badly. He was not thinking about it. Yeah, he left the door wide open. Like, parking and doing a good job with this was not what was on his mind. The game starts off, he's already in this bathroom. He's looking at his reflection. He's trying to get a sense of who he is. He's trying to get a sense of like what he's thinking about. And he's essentially coming to terms with a psychotic break. Because he knew the truth of everything that he did pretty much up until the moment that he got here. So, and of course this is going to be spoilers throughout the entire playthrough, so if you still have not played Silent Hill 2, this is an in-depth playthrough where we're going to be spoiling everything massively in order to talk about it in great depth. But James arrived here with the intention of killing himself. Like, the body of his wife Mary is in the car, specifically in the back seat. Masahiro Ito has answered this 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways on like Twitter and other interviews, but along with other people who've worked on the game, like Guy Seehee himself, who plays James, both in the voice and the mocap, where they confirm that Mary's body is in the back of, the back seat of the car, not in the trunk. That it's a more respectful thing. According to Guy Seehee, they told him about a Japanese concept known as Muri Shinju, which is essentially a murder-suicide where it's most common in like a wife and husband and sometimes children, where the husband kills the wife, kills the children, puts their bodies in the car, like in the seats as though they were still alive, and then goes to take their own life in order to all be together in death. But this is an actual phenomenon that, has a specific term in Japanese culture called Muri Shinju. And that idea of Muri Shinju is what Team Silent imparted upon Guy Seehee when talking about his character and his, motivation. So that was something that was explained to him, during development, that this was always intended for the body, to be there, even though it's not rendered. It was never intended by the developers for you to see this, but it was always intended for that to be true, that Mary's body's in the back seat, and that James was coming to Silent Hill in order to kill himself, to be together with Mary in death in basically their favorite vacation spot. The last place that he felt they were really happy together before she got sick. But then, upon arriving in the town, James has essentially a psychotic break. And whether that is from his own trauma from all of this happening, because he's now gone through this situation where Mary was sick, she was in the hospital, she was sent back home for her final days to be with James. James smothers her to death with a pillow. A few days go by while he is essentially in shock from what he's done. He comes to the conclusion of taking his own life in Silent Hill, puts her body into the car, drives to Silent Hill with that intention, and then we get to this point. So now, through his own psychosis and through probably an influence from the town, he is perceiving reality incorrectly.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Xander, thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciated, dude. But, yeah, so we have 2 items in our inventory, starting off here. A photo of Mary from when she was still healthy. And a letter from Mary. The description says that's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. when you examine it, you can see, in my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. Promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now in our special place, waiting for you. So this letter is completely not real. Over the course of the game, this letter will cease to exist. First, the text will disappear, so that it is just a blank piece of parchment. Then the envelope will disappear, and then ultimately the letter will completely vanish from your inventory, piece by piece. This is James's way of coping through coming to Silent Hill for the purpose of killing himself. Since he can't come to terms with that, and as part of his psychosis, and possibly through the town's influence, his mind is sort of coming up with this different reality of what's happened. So, instead of having just murdered his wife sometime in the past week, and now come to the town to kill himself, he has convinced himself that he's gotten this letter from Mary, but Mary has been dead for 3 years. So the 3-year timeline is completely false. That is just James being delusional. But we as the player, especially first time playing this game, we don't know that James is not a reliable narrator, so it's sort of a big twist when that information is revealed at the end. Specifically when Laura explains about her birthday and getting the other letter from the letter that actually exists that Mary wrote. Any info on why specifically 3 years? So there's an audio file where we hear who is the voice of someone who is most likely one of Mary's doctors, talking with James and trying to give him more information on her condition. And they give 3 years as like a possible timeline for how long she may have left. So James sort of gets that 3-year idea in his head, but he may also be thinking of it in terms of Mary's illness, that once she became ill, the Mary as he knew her has died. So in his delusional state, he's thinking she's already been dead for 3 years, when that was just essentially when she stopped being married to him. And now we have this wonderful long descent with all these noises that we never really hear again. There is no creature in the game that you ever encounter that like makes any of these noises. And there's no, if you take away all the fog and look through all the details, like there's no actual creature or source, you know, rendered out in the fog or anything for these. It's just sound effects giving you the impression that there is something out there with you in the fog, in these woods. It's great. The initial buildup of tension, like, it is still a hot minute before you even encounter a creature. But we have all these really wonderful cinematic angles, this super thick fog, the trees, and these horrible sounds. This ambient music that is very slowly getting louder and louder as you sort of get down to the bottom of the path. Wonderful introduction to this game. It sets the tone perfectly. Is it true that the in-water ending is canon? The developers have said themselves that they made multiple endings because there is no canon ending. They said if they wanted there to be a specific canonical ending, they wouldn't have made so many endings to choose from. They all the developers have said that the in water ending is essentially the first ending that they came to. Like, that was the first natural conclusion to the story in their minds, but they never wanted that to intentionally be the end-all be-all canonical ending of the game. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. Even just the save screen, this sort of like blurred image of James with this, it's almost like roots or veins, nerve patterns. Definitely something sort of organic. Yeah, and the fact that they give you the description that it's like someone poking around inside his skull. Great imagery with that, and with the red squares in general. One of those things that is just sort of left vague and ambiguous, and I love that there are so many things like that in this game that are just visually striking. Like, it's very noticeable, you know, seeing this recurring thing that is your save point. They even made it the 9 red squares is the cover. It's the box art for the Japanese release of the game, and used in a lot of promotional art for the game. So it's like, it obviously has significance. Masahiro Ito has said that the 9 red squares specifically are meant to represent, if I can talk, each of the manifested creatures that exists to James. So it's just supposed to represent each of the monsters, essentially. But beyond that, you know, seeing it as just kind of this recurring image, it stands out. And there's a lot of stuff in this game where even if there's not any definitive meaning behind a lot of aspects of this game, it's left open to a lot of interesting interpretations.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for someone.
Who is it?
Someone very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Always hate hearing her say I'm not lying. It's almost childish sounding, and given her story, she's probably been accused of that a lot. Yeah, so Angela, this is our introduction to Angela Orozco, one of our first, the first other person who we see in the town. Another person who does actually exist, and the developers have gone on record saying, that Angela, Eddie, Laura, they're all real. They all exist. They're not manifestations or aspects of James. Maria is a manifestation, literally born from a wish, born from James's wish of what Mary could have been to him. But aside from that, these are other characters, other real people in the story. Billy Potatoes, thank you so much for the 9 months. Very much appreciated. Thank you. But yeah, Angela was a victim of verbal and physical sexual abuse for pretty much her whole life from her father and from her brother, and was a victim of even further verbal abuse and gaslighting, things like that, from her mother. Like, her entire family was abusive towards her in different ways. And essentially the same way that James sort of has this delusion of being in the town with this letter from his wife that she's been dead for 3 years that is not real, Angela is kind of working her way through like a similar delusion where she has just stabbed her father, Thomas Orozco, to death, and is now in Silent Hill, where she believes that she has lived at one point. And it's never really said exactly if Angela lived in Silent Hill at one point. It says that she ran away after stabbing her father to death, that she ran away and ended up in Silent Hill, so it's presumed that maybe she lives somewhere on the outskirts of the town. But either way, she stabs her father to death and arrives in the town sort of under this delusion that she's looking for her family. But again, the same way that James sort of starts to break down his delusion and all of this false narrative that he's believing, that he's made up, Angela starts figuring out more and more of hers, and that becomes more and more apparent through not only Angela's interactions with James, but also some of the environments and things around her right up until the last point that we see her in the game. Great performance, I think, from Angela. Just as much as Guy Seehee, I think, does a great job with James. Again, just making them sort of sound like real people, and there is that sort of awkward, like if you were out walking around in this super thick fog, you're hearing all sorts of strange noises, and you just come across, a person in like a graveyard of all things. I don't know if you're gonna sound like, hi, hey, how are you? Like, you're not gonna sound normal. You're gonna sound kind of weird. You're gonna just already sort of be on edge and carry that sort of awkward, almost defensive nature into like a conversation with this stranger, this random person, who you've come across. So I know that there is a certain level of intended stilted and awkwardness that Geisy has talked about. He was given direction that in his conversations and interactions with everything, that his wife Mary is the only thing that should be on his mind, um and that is his ultimate, like, one track mind focus as a character. So anything else he only sort of half pays attention to. And even with that interaction with Angela, you kind of see that come through with him talking about how, I don't really care if it's dangerous. Like, she's trying to tell me it's dangerous. He's like, I didn't ask that. I said point the way, like he doesn't care. He's not really here to pay attention to Angela. He's not really sympathizing with her. He's just sort of wanting to continue on looking for Mary. This is not her. And so he wants to move on. And if she can't help him in any way with that goal, then outside of that, he just doesn't really care. And that was direct motivation for Guy Seehee. So you get sort of that aspect of stilted, awkward nature in his conversations with Angela and everybody else, for that matter, except for maybe Maria. But then you also have limitations, of course. Like, nothing is perfect. There are some legitimate takes that the actors themselves have said are not good, or that Jeremy Blaustein, who was the localizer and translator and also directly worked with the actors and directed them in a lot of these scenes. Because this is very much acted out in a way that not a lot of games were at the time, where you have the actors not just reading lines in a booth and reacting to animations on a screen. They were the mocap actors. Guy Seehee is mocapping James in all of those scenes. Donna Burke is mocapping Angela in all of those scenes. And they're not only recording those animations on a big stage, like, separately from each other, they're there in person with each other for, like, almost every scene in the game where it's CG and you have multiple characters interacting with each other. The actors themselves are there interacting with each other while wearing mocap suits, and then they also go back and redub and re-record their lines from basically the rough take where they acted it out. So they essentially acted this entire game out almost like a stage play first, and then recorded mocap while performing it again in person, with the exception of maybe like 2 scenes. So these performances, you might just think it sounds at first kind of like bad voice acting, and to give it, that credit to realism, like, sometimes it is just unprofessional or less than professional voice actors not having a great take. But a lot of the inflection and performances, like, it matches their character. It feels sort of authentic. It doesn't feel overacted.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
And just sort of the weird, stilted, dreamy nature. And you get an additional element of that through just game production at the time. Audio clips had to be made into very specific sized
This
little
is not
files.
a dream. What's
where
happening to this
they
place?
had to, line that audio up and edit it, and sometimes add little pauses and things to it here to, for instance, remove a breath or different things like that. And it'll artificially kind of create some of that awkwardness in interactions, but a lot of it is done very intentionally. Regulus, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well, dude.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
That's right. Does Angela not make a fire in a building to kill her father and brother? So I've heard that before as a theory. I've never seen it verified either through information in the games or from the developers themselves. An interesting theory just based on the burning staircase, but no, I personally don't think so. I think she more than likely, since there's the newspaper article about her stabbing her father to death, it's possible she may have stabbed the rest of her family to death as well. And essentially her delusion is that they've all been dead and she's in town like looking for her mom, because even though they were all abusive and horrible towards her, she still felt more of a connection towards her mother than like her father or her brother. During the burning staircase sequence, we see two male figures pinned up behind what looks like sort of flesh sheets pinned up on the wall with blood stains leaking out. And a lot of people interpret that as sort of like that is the corpses of her father and brother, that they were already dead. Again, this is all ways to interpret elements of these games that there is no definitive answer to what exactly happened. It doesn't specifically show a flashback or specifically say anything outside of, you know, those specific details, you know, like the newspaper clipping about her stabbing her father. Or setting a fire. I think that's more of a combination of things, because the hotel that they're in at that point in the game has been burned down. So that element of fire in the hotel is sort of the history of that building manifesting. James doesn't see the flames. He feels the heat from them, but he doesn't react as though he can see them. So there's all sorts of weird things going on with individual perceptions of reality in this game, both how the world appears to the player and how it appears to the individual characters. So I don't think the fire is necessarily representative of like Angela burning down her own house and killing her family. I think that's a little bit too much of a stretch of an assumption. We can get some extra scenes with her.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
I love that one. So yeah, there's two extra scenes with if you go back and talk to Angela again, and yeah, you get that. Sure is quiet, I guess. Town's called Silent Hill. Pretty fucking quiet. Is she really there? She is real. Angela exists. Multiple devs have confirmed that Maria is the only like manifested person. I guess technically Ernest Baldwin as well, but Angela, Eddie, Laura, they're all really there. Now, they are all sort of perceiving reality differently. They're seeing the town differently. They're seeing possibly each other differently. But they are all real. There a deep lore reason why James runs with that sachet? Talk about hip action? You would have to ask Guy Seehee all about that, because that's him. That's his run. I love how the ambient music is changing more and more. Like, going from that sort of softer, more eerie bell when we were in the graveyard with Angela, and now we're seeing sort of the abandoned, run-down outskirts. the very uninviting, like rusted barbed wire and old fence. And it's just that dissonant, metallic, sort of echoing tone off in the distance. You can very clearly see, like, some of these textures are so hard to see on the original game, but on the enhanced edition, you can really see it nice and clear. No trespassing, keep out on the fence sign there. One of my favorite recurring things is this van, the white van. So there is a lot of this information in, like, Muri Shinju being a this Japanese cultural idea imposed onto Gai Sihi. That information comes from a playthrough that Gai Sihi did with YouTuber and Twitch streamer Fungo. If you look up Fungo on YouTube and his playthrough with Gai Sihi, you can find the full video. I definitely recommend watching it. There's a lot of cool information in that. But during that playthrough, you see this white van many, many times, all throughout Silent Hill 2. It's just a car model that is an asset that's reused in a lot of different places. And there is a particular scene from the intro where Eddie is, like, leaning up against a white van and, like, looking at a map while Laura, like, kicks his foot. So apparently when that scene was being filmed, Gai Sihi got the impression that that van, that white van, belonged to Eddie. So during the entire playthrough, every time this white van would come into shot, whenever Fungo would be, like, running past it, because there's a bunch of them all over town, Gai Sihi would get all excited and he'd be like, "There's Eddie's van again." I loved it. It was just one of those things, one of those wholesome little moments. Hearing James's voice actor sound like James being excited, like, "There's Eddie's van." Something very surreal about that. It's, like, very, very cute. Really funny.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Sir Il Palazzo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're looking at every single little piece of twisted barbed wire in Silent Hill. As you do. Welcome. And yeah, welcome to anyone coming from the raid or anybody else who has wandered in from suggested channels or any other method. If you are new here, I'm Nub Zombie. I play entirely too much Silent Hill. Been a huge fan of these games ever since the first one came out in '99. I've spent a lot of time reading interviews and researching the games very thoroughly. And since 2015, I've had a lot of focus on my channel around doing in-depth story playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, for every single game in the Silent Hill series. So if you enjoy Silent Hill, if you enjoy a lot of informative, in-depth type of content, type of videos, you might enjoy it here. I've also got a YouTube. If you type !YT in chat, you can get a link to the YouTube. Again, I've been doing this for many years, so there are hundreds and hundreds of hours of in-depth story playthroughs covering everything in the Silent Hill series up up all the way through PT and like even some of the weirder stuff like the arcade game, the play novel, which we actually just hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. So thanks you guys, everybody who enjoys all the content over on YouTube. A lot of re-uploads, but a few original videos and stuff as well. There's no reason to go back. Going to look for Mary. I love that. Again, we're reinforcing this idea of the town is not trapping James here. Silent Hill 1, Harry was physically stuck in Silent Hill. Like, the roads were caved in. Any way that looked like it might be a way out of the town was mysteriously blocked. There was no escape. Even if Harry was to give up on Cheryl, Cheryl was very, very much still his driving force. Like, he wanted to find his daughter and get out of that town. Even if he were to give up on Cheryl and just try to escape, he was physically trapped there. This game, it's not about sort of being physically trapped in the town. It's about being sort of drawn here. James is being kept here through his own desires. His desire to face the truth of what happened and, you know, essentially face punishment for it or forgive himself for it. But either way, there's no reason to go back. He's here to look for Mary. That is his goal. That is his purpose for being here. And he's not going to go back from here. Bet in the remake, James is going to non-stop monologue the whole trek into town. I mean, that's very much how, like, Bluebird did a lot of their intro for Blair Witch and stuff like that, so maybe. We'll see. All we can do right now is speculate. I'm trying to be positive. I don't want to assume the worst. Posters. One of those things during the Silent Hill 1 story playthroughs. This sort of falls off as the games go on. Obviously, copyright becoming much more of a serious issue as time went on and game development went on. These kind of things couldn't really be put into the games the way that it was in the first two, but you get these direct references to things that inspired the team. And Stephen King has definitely been one of the most influential authors to Team Silent when it came to the setting for their town and a lot of their story ideas, and a lot of their writing style very much kind of imitates Stephen King in a lot of ways. And we can see posters here for The Shining, which was originally a novel by Stephen King, made famous with the Kubrick film adaptation with Jack Nicholson, which is what this is a poster of, directly above James's head. That is Jack Nicholson with his, famous grin, looking through the cut open door. The "Here's Johnny" sequence, which was the Japanese poster for The Shining, like advertising it, was just that scene, a still shot of that scene with the title put over it. So essentially that's the Japanese movie poster for The Shining. Jack Nicholson, right during the intro walk into the town. There's not quite as many references as there was in Silent Hill 1, where there's posters for like Carrie and Pet Cemetery and Portishead and like all this stuff, like kind of all over the town. But there's still a few things here and there in Silent Hill 2. A few of those like really direct references. It's a shame that you can't really get away with that sort of stuff anymore. copyright has gotten so, like, intense. People will sue and take your shit down over, like, the least little infringing thing. Trying to stick, you know, a celebrity face into a torn up poster like that, you know, couldn't get away with that as well. The Roadrunner. And it says the Roadrunner. If you look at the logo for it, it's two horses drawing like a cart. And I think it might be similar to like the what was called the Indian Runner in Silent Hill 1. Obviously not a politically correct term, but for that time period, the way gift stores, like gift shops and things like that, would have been named is accurate. So it's possible a reference to that. Just sort of something that has been changed. And again, I just love one of the aspects of Silent Hill 1, just walking around the town, looking at the detail. Silent Hill 2, especially with the wonderful enhanced edition that we're playing right now, like even after thousands of hours of playing these games, just wandering through the town is great. There's just so much detail in everything. So many little props, so many little things made. Like, compared to Silent Hill 1, which was already pretty, like, impressive for 1999 for being a PS1 game, but this game, for being a relatively early PS2 game, where the team was still kind of figuring out the technology, it looks great. I think they did an amazing job with a lot of the textures, a lot of the little props in the environment. Not repeating assets like to like a distracting degree. Outside of maybe Eddie's van. Flowers celebrating 70 years. We appreciate your business. A lot of these storefronts and buildings are taken from real life places. San Bruno, California. Is it true they took a lot from the Bay Area because it feels like it? Yeah. San Bruno, specifically San Bruno, California. So like a lot of this style of architecture, a lot of these buildings, at the time, the Konami offices were located very close to San Bruno. So whenever the team was in the US at the Konami offices in the United States, they would spend some time going around San Bruno taking pictures, and used a lot of the buildings and architecture and storefronts, street layouts, things like that, as, you know, sort of the building blocks for a lot of sections of the town. Yeah, the Konami offices were in Redwood. Redwood City. Is Mark's blood? That shadow just now. These boots were made for walking. I love the introduction of that lying figure. Just this vaguely humanoid-shaped creature. And obviously, Enhanced Edition makes it a lot more clear to see what it is, but playing on like PS2 noise filter and CRT back in the day, you can barely tell what this thing is. Just sort of vaguely human shaped, walking at a weird pace off into the fog, into the darkness. Shadow just now bothers me. What was that? You can see if we try and go further into the town, James won't really let us explore. He's very focused on following the lying figure, seeing what that was, what the hell that thing was. But I want to go into Gonzalez Mexican restaurant. They're open 7 days. I like how the sign on the door says Mexican open. Give her the old Mexican open. Even got the little neon sign on the side. That's what I'm saying. All these little details for these buildings and things in the environment that you can't even go into. Compare that, like, next time I do a Silent Hill Downpour in-depth playthrough, which is going to be in the relatively near future. Compare, like, how uninteresting the vast majority of the town is to run around and, like, explore and look at. The lack of detail by comparison. There's Eddie's van again. Blood streaks in the road. Cafe Texan. But yeah, a lot of these building fronts, again, a lot of this architecture and stuff is taken from San Bruno and sort of surrounding areas, San Bruno and Redwood City. All these little local areas around the Konami offices, the US Konami offices at the time. Speed limit only 15 miles an hour going through here. Going through Lindsay Street. Actually, kind of take a look at the town map. So you can see where James has underlined Rosewater Park. That's the area that he thinks Mary would be waiting for him. If anywhere in the town, that was what his mind first went to. Which is another one of those aspects of James sort of slowly overcoming his delusion, where the areas that were important to him and that were important to Mary, you know, when they first went there for their vacation compared to towards the end of their vacation, are a lot of different memories that are kind of slowly coming back to James. But Rosewater Park, the first thing that comes to mind. Just everything that we have marked here. The Blue Creek Apartments and the Woodside Apartments. Essentially the first place we're going to wind up going. Oh, excuse me. Throat's already given out. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, just interesting to kind of take a look at the map layout, how it compares to Silent Hill 1. Neely's Bar, Happy Burger, our first appearance of the Happy Burger, because in Silent Hill 1 it was the Queen Burger and the Konami Burger. Holy shit, Vulpix. OMG Vulpix. With $200? Vulpix, thank you so very, very much. That is insanely, insanely generous of you. Thank you very, very, very much. I very much appreciate that. That is a huge, huge help to me right now. Yeah, for those who don't know, my PC died this past week, and I'm not in a position where I can easily replace it, and the community has been chipping in and helping out immensely. That is insane. Vulpix, thank you so much for helping me get that PC replaced. Very, very much appreciate it. Super kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. God, the train of thought is gone.
What was that? Who in the hell was that?
We're just gonna go back to exploring. Blubbyface 98, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I knew you would be here, Nub. It was foretold by gyromancy. I just wish I didn't write the symbols on my 13th story balcony. That's a very unsafe place to practice gyromancy. Thank you so much, Blubby. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate this. Yeah, thank you again so much, Vulpix. That is definitely a big chunk towards getting that taken care of, so thank you. Thank you, thank you. Was talking about the burger joints. Don't know if you had much more to say on them. No, just that this is the first iteration of Happy Burger that we see. We see a lot of different restaurants and things that kind of recur through the Silent Hill games, and Happy Burger is probably one of the more, I guess, well-known, since you start there in Silent Hill 3, kind of. We've got the remains of Blank Swamp. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. The remains of Blank Swamp. The blankers of land surround Blank Is Monument was originally swamp, but was later fill blank. For blanking ago, T blank S nicknamed Blood Swamp because the blankers poured the wat blank said to wash the X blank oles in here. Perhaps it's faux blank hat many P blank M to have S blank N the area. So there's no actual way to unblock all of those blanks, to unblank those blocks. You can't see that text. This is one of those bits of misinformation that was around back in the day. I can remember being on a few different websites and a few different guides saying that if you beat the game on hard mode or you beat the game and unlock extra riddle mode, that eventually you would unlock, all of these blanked out texts. And it's just not true. There's nothing in the game that can actually be done normally to unblock any of that text. But the full text is out there because people have data mined it, because the stuff that's blanked out is technically there. It's written out in the game code. But it's just blocked out without any way of unblocking it normally. So people who have gone in and looked at the game code have put the full text out there. And let me pull it up so we can go through it. Means of blood swamp. So, the full text is Remains of Blood Swamp. The X meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for that reason many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So with the restored text, you get kind of the full idea of the story, but even with everything blanked out, you can kind of piece together little bits of that just to figure out enough of the story, to get a little bit more of the history. So the town used to have these executioners, and the surrounding waters used to be known as Blood Swamp because the executioners would wash their bloody tools in the nearby water. Which gave way to, ghost stories and things like that. Things that give you an idea of the town's history, but also because the power, this spiritual power that surrounds Silent Hill, essentially what it does is it takes what's inside someone's mind and manifests it into reality. So it takes things that are both like feelings and elements of regret, in the case of James, like suicidal tendencies and sexual frustration, all these other aspects that are being taken and manifested. But it also seems to draw from people's beliefs and people's belief systems. So you kind of get this idea of this old stories where people believed in this older religion and these executioners, these ghost stories from the past that kind of lays open, the town ability for being able to take those beliefs and sort of manifest them into reality. And we see all these different aspects of the town's history sort of manifesting into reality throughout Silent Hill 2. Right up to the point where the Silent Hill prison, straight out of the 1800s, manifests into an area that we have to make our way through. This place that, hadn't existed for over 100 years. So is Pyramid Head an executioner from old, or some kind of sexually repressed demon of James's subconscious? Essentially both. So Pyramid Head, as far as like his physical form, what shape he takes as, kind of this representative figure to James, is based on the appearance of the executioners of old. So what a lot of people speculate is that the artwork you see of Pyramid Head in the Historical Society is actual artwork, something that was historically done representing, an executioner from the town's history. So James, having been here on vacation with Mary, having seen that artwork, once he comes to the town with his delusion, the town takes that memory of that artwork of this executioner, looks like Pyramid Head, and uses that as the template for the creature, Pyramid Head, to be manifested. But as far as why it's manifested, how it behaves, where it is attacking other creatures in sort of a sexually suggestive and aggressive way. The more sexual nature or sexualized nature of the other creatures that come from James's subconscious, such as the mannequins and the nurses, and the way Pyramid Head treats and reacts to those other manifestations. It gives you the idea of this sort of sexual repression and, this idea of the aggressive, murderous nature of it. James himself coping with being a murderer, but also desiring something to punish him for what he has done. And that subconscious desire for punishment also comes through in the form of that executioner, Pyramid Head. Here we get our first listen to the radio of this game. And I love the sound of the radio compared to the Silent Hill 1 radio. There's just a lot more depth, I think, to it with the static and the tones. Really great cinematic angles here introducing this creature.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
I love how that's a very jarring cut from this very cinematic, very creepy, horrific angle to the hard cut back to the gameplay where it's kind of clunky and kind of goofy with James walking up and swinging, swinging the bit of wood. I love it. And you can see there's a corpse that this creature was essentially feeding on or had just finished attacking. Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town? So this corpse, it's a little bit harder to see some of the details of it. And then as we go later on, we start seeing more and more corpses in the environment. All of these aspects of sort of how James is perceiving reality are things that are being taken from his subconscious. So James arrived in Silent Hill with the original intention of killing himself after being consumed with the guilt of killing his wife, wanting to be together with her in death. He has a psychotic break once he arrives here, goes into a delusional state, believes that his wife has been dead for 3 years, believes that he has this letter from her, and makes it up to this point, But his original intentions are still there in his subconscious. So all of these corpse, like models that we start coming across throughout the town are James. They are James, still that subconscious element of him, wanting death, feeling that he deserves to be dead for what he has done. It's coming through. The town is manifesting it as those bodies.
This thing broken?
Why did you kill me?
I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
Why did you kill me? Mary's own voice. just straight up asking James right at the very beginning of the game. And if you're playing this game for the first time and you're not really listening for it, you would never pick up on that, and you'd not even realize that, yeah, that is the whole element of the story. Why did James kill her? Once you know to listen for it, you can hear it very clearly in the static. It even, in early versions of the game and early demos and stuff, there was even more of the subtitle text that made it even more obvious that that was what was being said through the static. But ultimately, for the final release of the game, they took those extra bits of subtitle away and obscured the audio just a little bit more. But you still, right from the very beginning, you get Mary's voice. Why did you kill me? This whole time, James is just coming to terms with this. Trying to figure out what Laura represents. She's clearly a ghost of some sort. She's not a ghost. The developers have confirmed that James, Angela, Eddie, and Laura are all real people. And only, like, Maria is a manifested person. Ernest Baldwin is, like, technically a ghost. But Laura is real. She is a real, live little girl who became very, very close with Mary Sunderland while she was in the hospital. And who was so innocent and didn't even understand sort of the concept of Maria, or rather Mary, explaining that she was going to be dying, going away to this far-off, beautiful place, that instead she interpreted that as she was going to Silent Hill, this place that she always talked about, you know, loving and being one of the last places that she went with James and was happy. So Laura is here looking for Mary. She thinks that she's actually alive and here in Silent Hill. So why is Laura there? Angela and Eddie have stuff they have to deal with. I get why they are there. He's innocent. Why would Silent Hill draw her there? You're making a big assumption that Silent Hill draws people here, like, intentionally. She's here on her own accord. She's here because she has a very real letter from Mary that she just misinterpreted as an innocent child. Mary trying to explain that she's going to heaven, and Laura thought she was talking about going to Silent Hill. So she's here literally just looking for her friend Mary. Here we find another corpse, this time much more of a distinct camera angle, giving us a much clearer view of this character model, that these corpses that we're seeing throughout James's time in Silent Hill are him. Part of that subconscious desire to be punished, to be dead for what he's done, being manifested into reality by the town's power. Who's ready to see the new Laura in the remake? No longer representing the children's innocence, but edginess of a teenager? I mean, we see Laura in the trailer, and she doesn't look like a teenager. She still looks roughly the same age. But we don't see much of her. She's just standing in front of the doors to Brookhaven. T's Italian restaurant. They're closed. Fancy gifts. Big J's. And again, a lot of these like awnings, the design of the awnings, the design of these buildings are taken from actual architecture and buildings and places around mostly San Bruno, California. Lucky Jade Restaurant. There's Quiet Cocktails. There's actually a billboard advertising Quiet Cocktails later on. Air International. But I just love, like, all the little detail. All these signs. All these little posters and things that are, like, stuck into the windows. Where it looks like they scanned probably just magazine pages and stuff. Fashion boutique. Dry cleaners. You guys, trying to enjoy the sights. If we visited the areas they scouted, would it look like Silent Hill? I mean, you can definitely see the comparison if you go to the correct buildings. One of my friends and fellow streamers on Twitch, UFO Techie, was out near San Bruno and went around and took some pictures of some of the buildings, and you can find like the exact matches. A lot of those buildings, like, they've got very distinct architecture. Where, like, you know, they have these particular shapes to the front of the building and where the awnings and things like that are. So a lot of these, you know, you can still see, you can still compare to various real-world counterparts. So walk around San Bruno. Look for the pet center. Does Eddie see monsters too? He does. He says it himself. When we get to Eddie, pay attention to his dialogue. Says that he saw some weird looking monsters. But not the same ones that James sees. Here's another James corpse. And a memo pad on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. A torn memo page is on the ground. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. That's true. Does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. So whoever left this behind was even questioning whether they were real or not. And it's sort of both. Like, creatures are manifestations. They are created from a thought or an aspect of someone's mind and made real by the town. But they are still physically there, made real, even if people perceive them differently or don't perceive them at all. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Yo, Techie. Techie, thank you so much for the raid. I was just talking about you. Hope you had a good stream. We were pointing out some of the areas where you can still see familiar architecture and stuff in San Bruno, because I remember you went around and took some photos in the San Bruno area a couple years ago. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Techie. Welcome everybody coming over from Techie's channel. Newell's Bar. Yeah, there was a few where even the signs and stuff were still pretty much there. So that's pretty cool how you can still go and see kind of like some of the familiar buildings and building fronts and things like that. But yeah, if you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. I like how these notes kind of give you actual information. It's a good way of giving the player some sort of hints about how to play and some mechanics of the game itself, while also just being creepy, sort of mysterious notes that fit in line with the story and everything as well. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. Don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed even if they aren't tougher than people. So it's giving you the idea, like, as soon as you down something, you know, be careful about it. Don't waste your ammo, make sure you're aiming at it. And then once it's down, to finish it off, which is a big part of combat in the Silent Hill games. If you don't down something, a lot of times it can continue getting back up and cost you a lot more ammo or whatever dealing with it. And then I love the last two notes. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. Run away. Just run away. That's the speedrun way to do it. So the first few notes are just practical information for playing the game casually. The last two notes are the speedrun route. Run away. Don't deal with your trauma. Don't deal with manifestations of your inner guilt. And seeing your wife's decrepit body laid out on a hospital bed, manifested as a horrible nightmare creature. Just run away. Just hit the bricks. Look how easy it is. Just running. It's actually working great. It's great advice. Nothing can even touch me. It's locked. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. So later on, when the other world has kind of consumed this area, the rest of the town, essentially, the darkness will wake the door, open into further nightmares. Creepy way of saying this door opens later. Works for me. Works for me. Want to take another little look around here before we go into the apartments. All this random graffiti. There's a lot of textures and things that are, even with the enhanced edition, still kind of hard to see. Humongous burritos. Anybody need a humongous burrito? Clock repair. Giga microsystems. Isn't that kind of an oxymoron? Giga micro? Giga computer. Oh my god. That's what I need. That's why my old PC died. It wasn't a gigacomputer. Clearly, my computer was not giga enough. The Silent Hill Tavern. Sir. Could you not? Could you not? Silent Hill Fresh Meats. Pollos. Rostizados. They've got pan. They got pan. For all you Silent Hill 3 fans, that means it's bread. Another James corpse. You'll see a lot of these recurring corpses that represent James and his basically thoughts of being dead being manifested that way. Gozo's Sushi. Lakeside Restaurant. Where this game had the worst enemy AI of any Team Silent Hill game. They're definitely not the most threatening. But this game, it's kind of more about the presence of the monsters themselves. More than like how much of an actual obstacle they serve. Because, yeah, the majority of them are relatively slow with pretty predictable attacks. Even on hard difficulty, this is not, you know, a super difficult, super challenging game, except for a couple of really bullshit parts. Yo, Dating, thank you so much for the $5. Get that giga computer. Thank you. That's another $5 towards getting me a giga computer to replace my shitty dead one. All about that giga computer. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. What? You can go in there? You absolutely can go in here. There's a save point and everything. This is probably the equivalent of going inside the school bus in Silent Hill 1, where there's a lot of people who might not know. But this is a really important place to go into. This is where you're on New Game Plus after you unlock the hyper spray. This is where the hyper spray will show up. This is a completely fresh install of Silent Hill 2, so there's no hyperspray, no extra new game. But if you unlock hyperspray, this is where you pick it up. It's right on this table. But this is where you also pick up your clue about visiting Bar Neely. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. And it'll actually make James circle that and copy it over as though it's an important place to investigate. Yeah, you can do this on the PS2 version. This is not something added specifically for Enhanced Edition. Just a part of Silent Hill 2. Here's Happy Burger. Get that. 99-cent sandwiches. Love that there's so much to explore. Same. Like Silent Hill 3, you don't really get a whole lot of the town to explore, and when you do, it's just sections of this same part of Silent Hill. Silent Hill 4, it's a lot of confined individual areas. You don't really get town to go out and explore. Like, you never get a good explore the town type of Silent Hill game again. Like, Origins kind of, but it's a PSP game, so it's kind of limited. There's not as much detail and stuff to really get to and look at. There's Neely's bar. Go in here for anyone who didn't know. This lets you copy some things over onto your map to give you an idea of where else you can go and other places to go and investigate. So you can see all the places that you can't go inside. Those are all marked off. Places where you can go somewhere, like Neely's bar and the little trailer. Those are marked. The question mark at the end of Martin Street is where the key to the apartments we've already picked up was. So now it's just a matter of showing, okay, you're trying to get to Rosewater Park. You have to go through Woodside Apartments. So if you were playing this game for the first time and just sort of wandering around lost, you can find all these clues about where to go and what to do. So as of right now, there's nothing on this wall. And on this wall, we have, of course, there was a hole here. It's gone now. This is the sort of stuff that I love with the Silent Hill games. Like, people still talk about this. People still recognize this image. People who've never played Silent Hill 2, I know people who like have never touched this game, but they know there was a hole here. It's gone now. And I think that just serves as kind of like a testament to how good these little abstract bits of open to interpretation elements when it comes to the game and its narrative, where this can be interpreted and mean so many different things. Some people think that it's supposed to be a reference to Silent Hill 4, even though Silent Hill 4 like wasn't even an idea in their heads yet. Some people think that, you know, it has all these different sort of meanings and interpretations to everybody different, and you know, there's no real definitive answer. You know, there's nothing to confirm exactly what it means one way or the other. The devs have never specifically said, here's exactly what we mean by this. And there's a lot of things in these games that are meant to be that way. They're meant to be little art pieces, essentially, that you get to go up to and look at and sort of interpret internally and see, what does this mean to me? How do I think this, you know, plays a role in the story, in the narrative, in the character? Because that's what a lot of this game is, and what a lot of the Team Silent games are in general, where you are sort of posed with these kind of moral questions to see, how do you feel about this? You know, how does this thing make you feel? Is this thing, you know, disturbing to you? Does it creep you out? You know, why does it creep you out? So using the key that we picked up off the corpse in the alley earlier, we can now get into the Woodside Apartments. Creepy, rundown, old apartment. This is where you get your classic Silent Hill gameplay if you're like playing and you've never played before, where you're just checking doors. All you're doing is checking every single door on your map. And I love some of these little details. So we don't have the flashlight yet, right? So if you're standing in this dark hallway and you're trying to read the map to see if you've marked this door, it's too dark to read the map. But you see how there's like a few of these neon lights that still work. Some of these overhead lights are broken, but there's a few that still work. If you stand under the working ones, you can view the map. So they even take into account how much light is in any given relative area and whether it's enough to be considered like as much light as your flashlight to allow you to like use an item or unlock a door or look at your map. Cool little details. Easy to miss things. I like how some of the doors are just like not doors at all. It's just concrete, completely walling off where a room might have been at some point. Still giving the impression that it's more than just like a rundown apartment. There's still something off, like supernaturally off. And just the lying figures themselves, horrible sounds, like great sound design. They just, you don't want them anywhere near you. They sound almost just sort of like pathetic when you're hitting them, the way they sort of squeal, and it just makes you feel bad almost, you know, even for fighting them. And then the design of them. So there's a few different ideas that Ito has talked about when it came to like the lying figure design. There is kind of the more literal interpretation of how it moved and walked and looked, where he got some initial ideas from a coworker, another member on the team, who would walk into the studio usually wearing a hoodie that had pockets in the front and would have their hands in their front pockets and sort of walk in with kind of like a lazy, you know, slack shoulder demeanor. And that Ito said that was kind of an inspiration to the look of the lying figures from like a practical sense of how a humanoid creature would sort of move with their hands in front of them like that. But then in terms of like story and lore, the lying figures and a lot of the creatures are supposed to represent Mary sort of lying and writhing in pain in her hospital bed. So the idea that she's sort of bound, that she's strapped into this bed or, you know, tucked into a bed, and writhing, you know, sort of being held down, which obviously James being the one who has smothered her, the very nature of that movement is sort of a way of the manifestations trying to convey to James, you know, remember this, remember what this reminds you of. So you have elements of Mary mixed in there, but Ito figuring out how to practically, make those movements look based on a teammate walking in with his hands in his pockets. A lot of great stories out of Masahiro Ito. There's tons of information from behind the scenes things, bits of trivia from Ito over the years. He's one of the most publicly vocal members of Team Silent, where he interacts with fans a lot, answers a lot of questions. So very lucky to have somebody like Ito, who worked on these games and is willing to talk about them so openly. Yeah, we've got some very familiar clothing here. You can also see it's going to be the introduction to another creature, the Mannequin, lying there in the back. Get the flashlight. Same thing again. Sort of the struggled twitching and writhing movement of the legs of the mannequins. Specifically being, Mary's legs thrashing around while James was smothering her and taking her life. All these sort of elements in the creatures and the manifestations are supposed to be, forcing James to come to terms with what he's actually done. Seeing Mary's clothes, you can compare directly to the picture of her. That is her clothes, which were, funny enough, also based on a character from Con Air. I don't know if I have my reference image backed up on portable drive. Sorry, everything is... I've got my portable drive and I've been running stuff on Rachel's computer for the time being until I can get my PC replaced. There we go. Wanted to show for comparison. People might not be as familiar with Con Air or how close of a comparison it is, but you can see the clothing, that floral pattern, the color of the there's... I had another shot where you can see her full outfit and the dress and everything is basically identical. Yeah. Very similar to Kindergarten Cop being used as a reference for how to design a school in Silent Hill 1. The team pulled from a lot of fictional, movies and a lot of their favorite movies and stuff to get inspiration for the design of characters. James himself is designed very much after the main character of Jacob's Ladder, Tim Robbins in that movie. Mary is based on this Con Air character, Nicolas Cage's wife, and Laura based on their daughter. These characters in Con Air, not from a character standpoint, but just from a design standpoint. But I love the way that's all presented. Seeing the familiar clothing, picking up your light source, Um, having the encounter with the mannequin on top of this following encounter with the mannequin, just standing there in the light at the end of the hallway, motionless. This game does some really great cinematic things while still, leaving you in control, not just a cinematic CG cutscene is one thing, but making an interesting cinematic angle during gameplay. What's a list of films that inspired Silent Hill 2, by the way? I mean, there's a ton. A lot of David Lynch stuff, specifically like Blue Velvet. Jacob's Ladder was a really big influence. Con Air, just from character design standpoints. There's been a lot of things like Industrial Symphony Number 1. Holy shit, Yami. Yami, thank you so much for $100 towards the new PC. Dude, thank you so much. And the message said, so I want a pastel pink tower with hot pink RGB coloring, LEDs with a Hello Kitty sticker slapped onto the computer. I said, if you guys are helping pay for it, I'm totally fine to let you design it. As long as it works. I will absolutely take the pastel pink Hello Kitty PC. Thank you so much, Yami. That is super, super kind of you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're another step closer towards that Giga PC. Thank you so much, Yami. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, too. It fits with playing horror games, exactly. It's like there's a famous meme image that's out there of Silent Hill being played on a like a Princess Disney TV or something like that. Like a little pink CRT TV.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Ross Faber, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. Again, everything going towards replacing my PC right now. Thank you. Thank you for contributing towards helping me replace my PC so I can keep streaming full time. Thank you, Ross. For some reason, when I was younger, like, these apartments always felt a lot bigger, like, more expansive, a lot easier to get lost in. And then over the years, after playing this game so, like, thousands of hours, I kind of realize how small the apartments kind of are overall. Get a little extra sound cue there. There's a few spots in this game where checking doors that don't open will sort of trigger like a little sound event, a little scare kind of thing, environmental thing. It'll happen again later with the door that normally leads to where we fight Pyramid Head, but we're going to check it sort of before it's open. Speaking of where we'll encounter Pyramid Head, this is where we'll see him in a moment. The other side of this hallway. like how we even get the close-up camera view when we get close to those iron bars. Just to kind of show how ominous that spot is. Like something's going to be here.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
Tinkerbell, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Many people are donating for the computer. This is for your stomach. Have a drink on me. Thank you so much, Tinkerbell. You've been supporting the channel for a very, very long time. Much appreciated. And yeah, I mean, I very much appreciate it. Right now, my stomach is absolutely just. We had some friends over yesterday. We had a whole lot of snacks. Wound up ordering, like, friends wound up having all this food, and I basically overate.
Huh? What was that?
Today I've been paying for
Who
it.
in the hell was that?
Stomach's been killing me. Evil Kuja, thank you so much for the 600 bits. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Kuja. Really, really appreciate it. Alright, this note must be from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights. The fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. So we've got a first clue towards clock puzzle, which we can't solve just yet, but we'll come back to that once it's time to actually solve it. A television. There's nothing unusual about it. Not yet. Can't examine the chair. There's a newspaper here. It looks like it's very old. So I love how just the camera angle and the arrangement of stuff in the room, you sort of focus on this spot, whether you want to or not. So you'll kind of notice it once it's changed later on. What's this? Henry, Mildred, and Scott. So we have scratches in the wall that are scratched in such a way that they make arrows. So Henry pointing to the left, Mildred pointing up and to the right, and Scott pointing directly to the right. So that's going to be another element to solving this puzzle. The clock is stopped at 8:18 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It is locked. I can't touch the needles of the clock like this. So we'll need to come back once we have a key to open this up. There's writing on the clock. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. You try to push the clock early. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move, like it's stuck to the ground. So we get most everything we need for solving. Not a bad clock for a speedrun? Yeah, so the solution to that clock puzzle is always the same. Doesn't matter what difficulty you're on, doesn't matter anything like that, but the starting position of the hands of the clock every time you do a run is different. It's essentially randomized, but people figured out a way to manipulate the way the randomization takes place. So that is a really big part of Silent Hill 2 speedruns now, is RNG manipulation. And getting to the clock and seeing what hands, like seeing that it started on 8:18, you could potentially, from that number, figure out, you know, how long it took for me to start the game and what frame we started the game on. And that time would be within a certain number of seeds that each represent frames. What is RNG manipulation? I guess I'm kind of already explaining it now while we stand here in this really creepy audio hallway. So RNG is random number generation. It's just a way of referencing things in the game that are typically randomly determined. So those clock hands, you always have to turn them to 10 past 9, but where they start, if they start at 8:18 or if they start at 3:30 or wherever they start, is random. But speedrunners figured out the way that the game determines how everything randomizes is based on how many frames it takes you to start the game. So whenever the game first starts up and it's showing like the Konami logo and the Silent Hill 2 title screen logo, all those animations are running at 60 frames per second. And every second that goes by, every frame, every 60 frames is also 60 seeds, essentially. So if you start the game on a very particular frame, the seed is always the same. So if you set it up in such a way, which is what speedrunners do, they let the intros play and then start the game as quickly as possible to narrow down sort of the range. And they can usually get it down to within about 3 or 4 frames, like really good speedrunners. They'll always start the game within 3 or 4 frames of each other. And as soon as they get to the clock hands, one of the first randomized elements in Silent Hill 2, they can then look at a chart and determine what frame they started the game on and what seed they're on. And once you know what seed you're on, you know the randomized solutions for everything that's randomized in this game. Meaning the briefcase puzzle at the very end of the hall, like at the hotel, the hangman puzzle where you have to pull down the correct noose, all of those randomized puzzles, you'll know what the solution is just by knowing that you started the game on the exact frame needed. And you can tell what frame you're on by looking at the clock. Like, it's crazy. It's insane. Silent Hill 2 speedrunning is absolutely nutty. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. You pick it up.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
We see a little piece of this scene in the Silent Hill 2 remake trailer. I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch, but who's that kid? So we have our introduction to Laura, who's just kind of this little bratty troublemaker. And she already knows who James is. She's seen pictures of James. She was very close with Mary in the hospital, so Mary has talked about James to Laura. She's shown pictures of James to Laura. So Laura at this point knows who James is. She knows who Mary is. And she doesn't really like James. Because of Mary's condition, she often said a lot of negative and bad things about James. But even though she also said a lot of good things as well. But Laura, took a lot of those negative aspects that Mary would talk about kind of to heart. But she doesn't really like James as a character. Kind of gives us a little bit more insight into her reacting this way. She's not just stomping on like a stranger's hand. She's probably been watching James this whole time, or at least for a little while since he's been in the apartments, and recognized, who it is. Why isn't Laura scared? So Laura, this game very much plays with the idea of perception, the way that reality is perceived. We, as a player, are seeing everything through how James perceives it throughout most of the game. Now, the things that are on James's mind are the death and decay of his sick wife, Mary. Her going from healthy to sick and sort of rotting, decaying. So James's reality is sort of painted by this. Everything is rotting. Everything is decaying. Everything is rusting. The same way that he was sort of viewing his wife as wasting away. Laura is not seeing the same town, the same environment that James is seeing. There's a good chance, like, she's seeing everything completely abandoned, but not dangerous, not decayed this badly. She's seeing an empty town. She's running around and kind of doing her own thing, but it's not anything threatening. There's no creatures, and it's not as dangerous of a looking environment as it perceives to be through James's eyes. And they even, when it came to developing Laura's character, Team Silent, literally, because the actress is a real little girl, Jacqueline Breckenridge, and Jacqueline Breckenridge was, I think, 8 or 9. No, she might have been a little bit older. I think she might have been 10. But she was still like a pretty young kid whenever she was recording for Laura. And the team didn't even tell her that it was a horror game. They gave her little ideas about who her character was and sort of why her lines were what they were. But for the most part, they tried to keep her intentionally in the dark, not telling her about how dark the themes of the game were, and that there's monsters and things like that. Like, a lot of that, they didn't make her aware of it. So a lot of that plays into Laura's perception of the world. Like, she's sort of shielded from all of the nightmarish aspects of it. The shopping cart. What is that doing? Introduction to the handgun. Get our first ranged weapon of the game. Full magazine holds 10 bullets. Light handgun. Not much stopping power, but easy to use. And again, how I mentioned so many things in this game just kind of being like little art pieces, little visual art pieces. The gun sitting in a grocery cart, sitting in the middle of this empty, abandoned apartment where the walls are just, everything is shot up and destroyed. You know, bullet casings are all over the ground. To just sort of paint an abstract image where you still sort of, you convey meaning to it. This apartment all shot up, this handgun in a grocery cart sitting in the middle. There's a few different ways to interpret it. You could interpret this, and the way I kind of see this is like, from an outside perspective, especially cultures like Japan and countries like Japan that have very strict gun laws, how easy it is by comparison to own a gun in the United States. Like, even though it's not exactly, it's a metaphor, it's not exact, but the idea that it's as easy, in America to have a gun as it is to get groceries, you can convey that idea through just finding this gun in, the shopping cart. That it's a little bit of a take of, on gun culture in America compared to everywhere else. And you could very much interpret it that way, but it's not going out of its way to make that a point and directly say that that's what it is, So that might not be it. But it's just one of numerous different ways that you can kind of interpret these. That's why I kind of love that there are all these little set pieces like this, where you're not just being given the handgun. Silent Hill 1, Sybil gives you a handgun. The cop gives you a gun. You just have a gun. Silent Hill 2, like, there's something sort of strange and eerie about finding it in this manner. You sort of feel like you're disrupting something here by taking it. You know? Strange. And there's that feeling is one of the best things when it comes to horror. That feeling of unease and uncertainty that you're sort of displacing things and disrupting this world that you're in while you're exploring around. That you have all these sort of little abstract things visually that can be interpreted in so many different ways that never will give you, you know, nothing in the game is ever going to come back and specifically say this is what that meant. And some really wonderful audio cues, just like metal scraping in the distance. So now we've got a gun, we've got a flashlight. There's an interesting thing with this sound effect here. When you step forward, it's going to trigger a scream. And the audio for that scream, we've already been kind of talking about a lot of little visual sort of art pieces and ways that the game conveys things visually, but also from a sound standpoint. This game does a lot of cool little tricks with sound. And this particular sound effect is a great one, where there are two screams being layered together. There is an adult man screaming, and there's what sounds like a baby, a small infant screaming. And those two screams are sort of layered and edited and mixed into one another to make the scream that you hear in this hallway. So it's possible while listening for this to hear either the man scream or the baby scream. Because I've watched a lot of different blind playthroughs and I've set this up and seen a lot of people play firsthand to try to figure out like which one do you hear. And it's a nice little sort of auditory hallucination of like hearing one voice or the other. So that sometimes it sounds different from one playthrough to the next. So there's that scream. It has like a deeper, throatier, kind of lower tone to it that is the adult male screaming, and then the higher pitched, more tinny aspects of the sound file are the baby scream. So depending on a lot of different factors, the audio, like if you're listening on a particular pair of headphones or your sound bar or your speakers or TV, you know, whatever, you can kind of hear that scream in very different ways. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. And James doesn't define it either. Just some kind of noise. And there's our introduction to Pyramid Head. No big fancy cutscene. They don't make like a huge deal about it. He's just there, just watching you on the other side of these bars that you can't get through. So you kind of feel helpless because you can't do anything, but you also feel slightly protected because at least he's on the other side. Just standing there menacingly. I love the light source. That glowing red that he gives off. And now this scene has changed. So the chair that was further away, the TV that was off, there's now a body, now a blood stain on the TV and on the floor under the chair. You can see this is James's corpse yet again.
God. Who could have?
This is definitely the most detailed out of all the ones that we've seen so far. You can make out the back of his head pretty clearly, the texture of his pants pretty clearly, even what's obscured by the blood textures. So if the other corpses up until this point haven't been giveaways enough, they give you this one to really make you kind of focus on it and notice that these dead bodies are James. It's dead. Who could have done this? Key to room 202. Excited to see the remake have a big cutscene introducing Red Pyramid Thing, accompanied by a grand chorus. I feel like that would be one of the things that would change. I don't think they would, because now, you know, when they were making this game, they had no idea how big of an icon Pyramid Head was going to be. He wasn't designed to be this big, ultimately recognizable, reused kind of mascot of the series. He was designed to be this very particular personal creature for James Sunderland, for Silent Hill 2. They had no idea if they were even going to make more Silent Hill games after this. Until, you know, the game found enough footing and was successful enough that they were able to start making Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. But, you know, Pyramid Head wasn't designed to be this big thing. Now, everybody, like even people who don't know anything about Silent Hill, know Pyramid Head. So the remake, I don't think, is going to introduce Pyramid Head as just standing there watching you from the other side of some bars. Like, I feel like if we were making a bingo card, that would be one of those things. He's gonna have like a big introductory scene. They're gonna make a big deal of it with a cutscene and music and whatever else. It may be that scene we see in the trailer where he's like walking in from the rain. They might completely change up how he's introduced. All right, I gotta point this out. These bugs, these moths following you around, they're attracted to your flashlight. You turn your light off, they'll actually fly away from you, disperse back into the room. Turn your light back on, they'll fly back over to you. Really subtle little effect, and they actually originally did it for Silent Hill 1. There's some little flies in the alleyway. That they follow Harry when he turns on his lighter during the nightmare sequence. And notice how they all sort of, once you move in here, they kind of gather around the hole where you're supposed to start looking for the key. Kind of draw your attention to it. The moths are the exact same moths as the boss. They are. When you fight the final boss and they attack you. Moths are a very common recurring theme in this game. Moths and butterflies. Because they kind of represent reincarnation and rebirth. The idea of being alive as a caterpillar, and then cocooning, and then becoming a butterfly. It can be, yeah, seen as transition, either from life to death to afterlife or whatever. It can be seen as a rebirth or a reincarnation of a person into another thing. the same way that Mary is sort of dead and then reborn as Maria. We even see a butterfly tattoo on Maria, further kind of enforcing that idea and that symbolism. But yeah, we see that very prominently here in this room, along with some of the best ambient sound, all this sort of metal machinery. Not quite as heavy and industrial as it was for Silent Hill 1, but still has a very strong presence in this game's soundtrack. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Investigate. And we finally have the clock key. Now we can go back to that room and solve the clock puzzle. Really great, again, setup. Just sort of the tension of James reaching into the hole, not knowing what's going to happen. He sort of draws his hand back like something startles him. You have this weird green, bright green ooze. Things that just don't look natural, don't look right. But at the same time, sort of draws your attention to it. Hey, isn't this that game where you fight monsters? It sure is. Hope you're doing well, Cliptor. See Pyramid Head no longer standing on the other side of these bars here. As sort of a weird side note about these bars, it's a very unique sort of prop. They're not just like perfectly in line bars like a prison gate or something like that, where it's all like perfectly aligned. It's just sort of random lengths and pieces of like iron piping or bars just stuck into the floor and into the walls. You can see how several of them are sort of bent and like stuck in at angles. It makes it really recognizable, which is strange because they reuse this asset in Silent Hill 4. There's an apartment when you get to the point where you can explore all your neighbors' apartments. There's one of your neighbor's apartments on one of the other floors in Silent Hill 4 has this slapped together bar gate thing just sort of like stuck in the corner. Very strange use of it. All right. So Henry, Mildred, and Scott, we've got all the clues telling us what to do with this once we open it. Now that I think of it, there was a big clock in room 208. And once you go over to the correct time, 10 past 9, you'll hear that click to know that you solved it correctly. You just have to have the hour and minute hand in the correct spots. The second hand, where it says Scott rests on 15, the second hand doesn't turn, so you don't even have to worry about that one. And this never changes depending on like riddle difficulty or anything. It's always the same. 10 past 9. And now the scars from the past, the scratches in the wall that tell us which direction to point each hand on the clock. Remove the nail that stops time. where it previously would not move. Now it moves out of the way. Who would have just tried to break the glass to the clock if it was you in Silent Hill? I think a lot of people would resort to that. If a door was stuck, just trying to kick it down or break it. I think realistically, a lot of people would really try everything at their disposal before just giving up and being like, oh, I guess I need a key. Gun bullets. Again, I love just these angles, these long dark hallways with creatures at the end of them. The radio, you know, starting to go crazy before you can even see them. So you kind of have that moment of anticipation where you know there's something there. Oh, that scene. This will be a QTE in the remake. We'll see. So this is still, you know, easily one of the more disturbing scenes in Silent Hill 2. It's definitely one of the most infamous. To this day, people have still asked Masahiro Ito about the scene itself, and Ito has replied in what has been one of my favorite responses to, you know, a question, you know, a fan asking Ito a question and him giving a blunt response, where people talked about, you know, hey, when you had Pyramid Head raping those monsters, and Ito very specifically responded and said, he's not fucking. He's not fucking. And I think that is one of those things we can all, as Silent Hill fans, take to heart. He's not fucking. Now, it's obvious that your brain is going to fill in what's going on and sort of assume that it represents the worst thing imaginable. Like, but take into account, like, the design of the creatures, the sort of masculine design of Pyramid Head itself, the more feminine design of the mannequins and the creatures that Pyramid Head is abusing and attacking. He is supposed to be hurting it, and you're supposed to be looking at it as this, you know, sort of overpowering male figure that is hurting, twisting and hurting and just, you know, distorting this this other sort of more feminine looking creature, but you're not supposed to, like, it is not the artist's intention that it's interpreted directly as like sexual assault. um with that said, if you look at the scene that this took the most influence from, so earlier we were talking about movies that heavily influenced the Silent Hill games. So this is where Blue Velvet comes in. David Lynch's Blue Velvet, because this entire scene of James hiding in the closet, watching Pyramid Head attack these creatures, coming and discovering James over in the closet, you know, everything sort of going down the way that it did, and the cinematic angles that they choose to display that whole cutscene and interaction between James and Pyramid Head. Very, very heavily influenced from a scene in Blue Velvet where we're seeing our main character hiding in a closet after he's broken into a woman's apartment, and he is seeing, you know, sexual assault happen. So clearly that was the inspiration to the scene itself as far as terms of direction. But in terms of this narrative for Silent Hill 2, you know, a lot of people for the longest time, and still do, assume that Pyramid Head is, you know, he's sexually assaulting the creatures, that he's raping those monsters, those mannequins. And Ito wanted to be very clear that, like, that was not the intention. You know, your mind is supposed to go to something horrible and messed up, but that's kind of the point, is that they can show you just enough of a picture to make your mind go to something that is even worse. And I think that's a big part of games, especially from this era, where you can only show so much. Now, with, you know, better graphics and better technology and things like that, people can be every bit as gruesome and gory and horrible with details. So I'm very curious as to how Bloober is going to handle scenes like this. You know, will there still be a certain level of subtlety where your mind is allowed those sort of gaps to fill in what you think is happening, or give you that same level of interpretation? Or will things be spelled out a little bit more direct and explicitly? I don't know. Remains to be seen. Hope Bloober doesn't mess it up. So do I. I would love... Like, I'm not a big fan of any of Bloober's games up to this point, but I would love to be wrong. I would love for Silent Hill 2 Remake to be, like, the best game ever that they've ever made. I would love nothing more than that. Normal washing machine, nothing of interest. Think you can sneak up on me? Even just this stuff, just the kind of random graffiti, little scraps of like magazines and newspaper stuck everywhere. This remake will be the greatest game of all time. It has Red Pyramid thing, for crying out loud. It does. You're not wrong. Didn't realize it died. Yeah, my PC, like, literally completely froze. It's not that old either. Like, from like 2016, 2017. Look. Travis Painting Service. Fight Guard Beard. Clearly a reference to Silent Hill Origins. Game that would be made 5 years later by a completely different group of individuals. Just kind of a funny little detail that in the original, like PS2, again, a lot of these details you wouldn't even see. Yeah, service is misspelled. That's common on a lot of these. It's like the Brookhaven poster that says, gonna beach in the sea. I'll be sure to point that out when we get to it. Clock Magazine. Thing in the newspaper. Phone doesn't seem to work. Everything we can examine in here. Even those little side rooms where there's, you know, it's basically just a couple of enemies and maybe a couple of supplies. Even if there's nothing really, like, significant or, you know, story or progression important in there, I like that there's still unique little assets, even if it's just a little poster on the wall. Little thing on the back of a painting. You have the canned juice. A heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice was in the hallway of the first floor. So, this is one of those puzzles that, quote-unquote puzzles, that I know a lot of people who've gotten stuck at this part of Silent Hill 2. Where figuring out what to do with the canned juice, getting to a point where you can't progress anymore. Nice to know that it's apple juice. Yeah, look at that enhanced edition inventory. Such a nice crisp image. That apple juice. But yeah, a lot of people I know got stuck here. Garbage. No use for that. Because it is a bit of a stretch, you know. Figure out. Oh, clearly you just take it over to this garbage chute. Throw it down the garbage chute. And I know I was stuck on this for a while when I first played this game as a kid, and I know I would have figured this out the same way that you just kind of figured out stuff in like point and click games back in the day. You just start trying to use everything on everything. So you just have this item that you're walking around going, what can I do with this? So you walk around and you try it on the clock, and you try it on this, and you try it on that. And you just sort of move around, and eventually, if you come in here, you get this nice specific overhead angle showing you kind of the trash chute itself and kind of emphasizing it. And sure enough, if you examine it, you even get this close-up shot so that you know it's something you should be interacting with. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. expired juice could ferment into alcohol. So I've got my own personal little theory. This is nothing that's ever been confirmed by any devs or anything like that, but I've got my own little personal theory on the canned juice. So I think that at some point this might have been alcohol, where it affects the rating of a game if the player can interact. Like if you have like an alcohol bottle in the background that you can't interact with at all, that's one thing. If you have it as like a usable item that you can pick up and like use as part of a puzzle, a lot of times they have to include, the little drugs and alcohol thing on the back of the box. Like it goes into the rating and it can complicate things. So I think at one point this may have been alcohol rather than juice. And I think it would have given it a little bit more significance, because much later on, when we get to Heaven's Night, you can examine some alcohol, like empty alcohol bottles and stuff that are in the Heaven's Night club. And James talks about how he does drink quite a bit, especially since dealing with Mary's illness. So he kind of goes off onto this whole little introspective thing after examining those alcohol bottles that, he would be, you know, more prone to drinking. But then mentions that now he's focused on what he's doing and he doesn't have time for drinking. So it plays into that he does drink, and typically he would drink to get away from, as he puts it, and as that text puts it, he drinks to get away from the pain and the loneliness. But now he's here in Silent Hill to confront that. He's confronting what he's done. He's confronting those feelings. So he doesn't need the alcohol anymore to try and avoid it. So now I think about this puzzle, the canned juice, if this was alcohol, if this was beer, if this was something else, where James is picking it up and carrying it around and saying, I don't need this. I don't need to drink this, even though it's something that I was doing to deal with my depression, essentially, to deal with Mary's death. That it's something that he doesn't need, not to drink anyway. And casting it away, throwing it down the trash, getting rid of that crutch of the alcohol to deal with his feelings, to deal with what he's coming to terms with, allows him to progress and proceed. So it adds a little more significance to it. And it's backed up by other dialogue about James, and his drinking that we find later. Wasn't this game already rated mature, or was it teen? No, this game was already rated mature. But even if a game is rated mature, there's multiple different layers to that. Like a game can be rated mature because of violence and alcohol and drug use and sexual, things like that. Like there's multiple different things that affect a game's rating, and certain places, certain people, certain demographics are not necessarily going to buy a game. Like they might buy it if there is violence and stuff, but not if there's drug use, or not if there's sexuality or whatever. So even if it is a mature rated game, they could potentially still have reason to change something like a bottle of alcohol that would have to go through a ratings permission. You'd have to fill out extra forms and put a thing on there because your character can pick up alcohol, and it would have to go through a whole nother step, a whole nother process of going through the ratings board, rather than omitting it altogether and just being like, yeah, it's apple juice. Again, this is entirely theory. This is entirely theoretical. There's no evidence to back up my thoughts on this. I just felt like it would be interesting. I can find a logical reason for them to change it from alcohol to juice, and if it was alcohol, there would be some story and character significance. That's all I'm saying. But just because something makes sense, and because there's a pattern there doesn't mean that that's true. So dropping the juice causes the garbage bag to fall through, and the garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. We get a coin old man, as well as what's this? Some gossip magazine. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. So we get our reference to Walter Sullivan, and a lot of fans seem to kind of think about this in very backwards terms. So a lot of fans seem to think that because of Walter Sullivan's mention here in Silent Hill 2, that Silent Hill 4 was, already planned. It's also the one of the sort of backup arguments that a lot of fans use over the topic of whether or not Silent Hill 4 started as a Silent Hill game or not. And it's like, obviously it did. It's got Walter Sullivan in it. They've been talking about Walter Sullivan since Silent Hill 2, right? But the fact of it is, it's retroactive, where the team that was working on Silent Hill 4 was going back and looking at characters and bits of lore from the games that had already come out and trying to use them to expand and make something else. Yeah, exactly. Silent Hill 4 started as a spin-off called Room 302. It was very heavily influenced and inspired by Silent Hill, but it was the devs' way of trying to work on something sort of new and different, but ultimately wound up being close enough and similar enough to a Silent Hill game that it was just made a Silent Hill game very, very, very early on in development. Decided that Room 302 would just be Silent Hill 4 The Room. So even though it may have started as kind of like an idea to do a spin-off, something different from Silent Hill, it was very quickly changed into a Silent Hill project. But yeah, it's things like this where Walter Sullivan is mentioned. It's not an indication that the team was already working on ideas for Silent Hill 4. Just that the Silent Hill 4 dev team came back to these ideas about this killer named Walter Sullivan and expanded on them and made kind of their own game and story and everything around it. So some of those ideas, like the Red Devil in Silent Hill 2, this note where Walter Sullivan mentions the Red Devil, it's more of just an indicator about Pyramid Head himself, and kind of showing a bit of a forewarning of Pyramid Head's arrival, and that he's representing punishment, that he's there to punish you. So it gives you that idea. It kind of drives that idea home. But then Silent Hill 4, they go back, they retcon the Red Devil to mean, this member of the cult, Jimmy Stone, who was one of the people who was abusive towards Walter Sullivan. The Walter Sullivan ultimately wound up killing part of the 21 Sacraments. Take the idea from the note, sort of retcon it into its own thing for the story of Silent Hill 4. So also there, we picked up the old man coin. Large coin imprinted with the face of an old person. Took it out of the trash chute. Like an old man. A lot of lying figures in a very small space. But again, one of those just artistically interesting ways to present an item. We get the snake coin inside this baby stroller sitting at the bottom of an empty pool. Again, a million different ways you can look at that, the imagery of that, and sort of interpret it with nothing that the game is ever going to spell out for you, you know? Large coin imprinted with a snake. I found it in that pool with no water. There's also a certain kind of eeriness to the quiet after you do kill a group of enemies. The radio's going crazy, you have all these monster sounds, and then once it's all cleared and you just kind of hear James's like footsteps echoing while you run around. It's pretty unsettling. Hey Nub, if you were to visit Silent Hill, what food place would you go to first? It would have to be Happy Burger. How would you not go a Happy Burger like immediately? And open it. Love some of the graffiti and things you can see here. To hell. Locked. Where this actually loops back around to the stairwell of the other side of the apartments. Or TP hell. It's all coarse and rough. Rough toilet paper life. Even just these kind of effects. I love the bloody footprints after you kill an enemy and walk past them. Game sort of leaving those bloody footprints trailing behind him for a while. Yo, Drew. Drewzilla, thank you so much for the $10. Very much appreciate the love and support, Drew. Thank you, thank you. That's going towards the Giga PC Fund. Thank you so much. Very, very much appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, Drew. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Oh, excuse me. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor Roger Widmark. So we actually find this exact same article written by Roger Widmark in Silent Hill 3 as well. In Silent Hill 3, you find it on a table inside Heaven's Night. Hey, what's up, Comfort Zone? Welcome. Something went wrong. Stream Elements is apparently breaking. I don't know what's been going on with the stream bot, the Stream Elements bot. All right, who's ready to listen to the best puking performance ever? What the? Who could have done this? So you can see these like human looking legs sticking out of the fridge, blood. There's just blood everywhere. They don't look like the lying figure or the mannequins or like any other legs we've seen up to this point. They look very distinct and different. Where this is something like it's not a James corpse, it's not a creature corpse. This is something else. This is someone else, possibly. And we hear Eddie puking his guts out in the bathroom right next to us, which very common reaction if Eddie had been, the person who just killed this person or this creature, however he might see it. But I'll talk a little bit more on my theories for Eddie after we talk to Eddie himself. With Eddie and with this amazing vomiting performance, I have to talk about it while it's happening because it's so gross. And the way that Dave Shoffley, Eddie's original voice actor, did such a good convincing take for this is because he was sipping on water in the recording booth and essentially sort of swallowing it to a certain point and then throwing it back up while making the vomiting noises. Like, he wasn't really vomiting. He was just sort of doing vomiting noises while also spitting up that water. So it gives it that awful wetness sound to it. That's not added in on top of him just doing like retching sounds. That's actual like him spitting up water into a cup while he's doing the retching sound, which is so gross, and it adds such an extra convincing layer to the performance. Here's Dave Shoffley as Eddie in all his glory.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
So many good things in that interaction. Obviously, we already talked about Dave Shoffley's vomiting performance and the fact that he's still doing all of that in between all these other lines that he's delivering, which is great. Guy Seehe's performance and like the coldness on the "I'll leave as soon as I'm done here" kind of line. I think Guy Seehe's also giving a really good performance, considering he's got the least, voice acting experience out of almost everybody else on the cast of this game. where, you know, Dave Shoffley voicing Eddie, he's done a bunch of stuff before Silent Hill 2. He did some extra side characters in like Shenmue and some other things out there. So Donna Burke had already done a lot of voice work, you know, before doing Angela. But yeah, James, you know, Guy Seehey voicing James was one of his first more like serious roles as a voice actor, and I think he really does a good job with a lot of those specific line deliveries. We have Eddie talking about the monsters. He says that he did see some weird looking monsters that scared the hell out of him and caused him to run in here, but James specifically asks him about the red pyramid thing, about Pyramid Head, and Eddie says, you know, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he's not seeing the same creatures, he's not seeing the same things that James is seeing, but he is seeing some kind of weird monster. But we never really get to know specifically what Eddie's encountering. Now that we've talked to Eddie, got fire escape key, and make our way into the next apartment building. A whole nother set of apartments in a separate building directly across. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. I love we get these camera angles just to kind of emphasize how far it looks. Even though, you know, he's only a couple, second floor from the ground. Going across this window, it looks very far up. Some dynamic sound effects here, the crunching of the glass, depending on where you step. A lot of good dynamic effects like that in this game. There's tons of different footfall sound effects depending on the texture that you're actually on. An old broken down bed here. This horrible top-down view of the toilet. Looks so gross. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? They don't call me Poop Hand James for nothing. Horrible sloshing sound while he's searching around in it. Ross Favor, thank you so much for the 4 months. Really appreciate the reason. Thank you, thank you. Looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. 20 right, 1 left, and right, 15. And keep on touching the toilet. He doesn't even take the wallet with him. You don't check the wallet in your inventory. He leaves it in there so that he has to reach in and take the wallet out and look at what it is every single time. So this would be where you put in that combination in order to get some extra supplies. I'm not going to do it. It's a very simple way to solve it and get some extra supplies. I always think it's funnier, personally, to make James stick his hand in the toilet where he doesn't roll up his sleeve, doesn't wash his hands, he doesn't do anything. And then not even get a reward for it. Full Poop Hand James, and you don't even get anything for it. Seems appropriate. What's up, Shock Stomper? Hey Nub Zombie, I've got a question. About what you said about each character's got their own demons, I thought the same, but why can we see Angela's monster but not Eddie's? So with Angela, we don't technically still see the same thing. And I'm going to talk about this later when we get to the Abstract Daddy boss fight. But for example, the Abstract Daddy, Angela calls the creature Daddy. She specifically says Daddy no before James goes into that room and starts fighting it. Angela is not seeing that creature. Angela is seeing her father. She is seeing Thomas Orozco, her abusive father. James is seeing what her father represents, the Abstract Daddy creature. So when we're seeing the Abstract Daddy, we're not seeing Angela's monsters. We're seeing something significant to Angela as James would interpret it, based on who Thomas Orozco was, but never having met the man. So we're not seeing Angela's creatures. We're seeing James's interpretation of things that are relevant to Angela, but not the same thing that she sees. Is it the same model we fight in the hospital? The Abstract Daddy doesn't show up in the hospital. You fight it the first time as a boss in the labyrinth, and then it shows up again after that in the hotel at the end of the game. But it's not in Brookhaven Hospital. Here's our map of the Blue Creek Apartments. Hey chat, who's the guy who spent 5 hours on that safe? Very Dave. Shoutouts to my boy Very Dave. There we go. Yeah. I've told that story many times in the past, but Dave was doing his blind playthroughs, his first playthroughs of the Silent Hill games on his Twitch stream years ago. And yeah, he spent hours on that safe puzzle and eventually solved it by accident and absolutely lost his mind, like literally went insane trying to figure out how to solve it and just misunderstanding. It was great. It was a wonderful moment. You're thinking of the flesh lip? Yeah, the flesh lips are very different things from the Abstract Daddies. So here we get some extra audio. Later, we're gonna get the key to this door, which leads out to a Pyramid Head fight before leaving the apartments. But if you come here early, before you have the key, it's locked. And when you try to walk away from it, something rattles the handle. Really cool little detail. Same thing for this. There's some cool references and details here. If you check this door before getting the key to open it, it lets you read this note. If you already pick up the key, you won't be able to read this note. But it says, "Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone." So, some references here. Dear Tim. So Tim Robbins plays the lead character in Jacob's Ladder, which is a very influential movie to Team Silent when it came to making Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 3. They took a lot of influence and inspiration from Jacob's Ladder, and James himself is even designed around Jacob's ladder, Jacob's actual outfit in the movie, where he's wearing a very similar military jacket, everything like that. So that's the Dear Tim, little reference to Tim Robbins and Jacob's Ladder, and then Uncle David, a reference to David Lynch. Left the house key with Uncle David, and once we get the key that opens this, we find out that that apartment belongs to someone named Line, and the way that Line is spelled is the same as Adrian Lyne, who is the director of Jacob's Ladder. So we have all these little nods and references, film references, when it comes to opening this door, reading that one note. Little bit of an area that we'll see later. Can't open it. When we're doing the Born from a Wish sub scenario, this area, this door opens up, and there's like a whole back alley part of the apartments that leads over to the Baldwin mansion that Marie is able to go through, but we as James never get to go through there. See all that. Bug. Kill it. That was a hell of a psychic kick. All these rundown apartments, but they're all sort of unique in their own way. The way the furniture is, how torn up or empty they are. Some are like way worse off than others. Nothing in the bookshelf that looks like it would be of any use. Sneaky save point tucked away in the back there. And then this. So we still need some other elements to solve this. Back to it. What we're collecting the coins for. We just need one more coin. Missed the map to Blue Creek. Where do we find it? It's in the stairwell. If you go into the stairwell immediately after exiting the first bedroom that you wind up in when you cross over to Blue Creek, it's on the floor, kind of up against a wall. Handgun bullets, and again, I was kind of pointing out the rooms, how each of the rooms, each of these apartments that are run down, you know, some are more run down than others, and they kind of have their own little distinct stories about them, like the one where we found the handgun having gunshots all over the walls and things like that. This one, we can find a little bit of sort of visual significance and some parallels to our characters and to their stories. So we're about to encounter Angela, and this is going to be a big reveal of Angela and a lot of aspects of her character. And a lot of James's as well, while he's sort of interacting with her. But Angela, we're learning over the course of the game and through everything that she is this girl who's grown up abused, physically, sexually abused by her father and brother, and then mentally abused and like gaslit by her mother. that that's been her whole life, and that she's still a teenager. She's a recent high school graduate. They never give like a specific age in the game or in supplementary materials and things like that, but she's presumed to be around like 18, 19, just out of high school. Yo, OQQ, thank you so much for the $50 going towards the PC. I'm going to finish my thought here and then I'm going to thank you properly, but thank you so much, OQQ. Angela has basically been living this life of abuse and has wound up in Silent Hill after stabbing her father, Thomas Orozco, to death and sort of running away from the consequences here. Goliath, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate it. Again, let me try to finish my thought and I will thank you guys properly. So next to each other, we have these two doors. Now, if we were to assume that this had any kind of correlation to Angela herself, how she lived and how she grew up, she's been enduring this abuse ever since the time that she was a child. And you're looking and you're seeing this sort of relatively clean white, door. Not very clean, obviously still beaten up, but not nearly as beaten up as this one. This one even looks like the color of a bruise. It's sort of blue and purple. All these rotting boards, closing it up. And next to this more beaten and battered and boarded up door, we also see a stuffed animal. Probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. So even just visually looking at this comparison of these two doors, sort of cleaner door, this more battered and bruised door, next to the child's, stuffed animal that is also sort of beaten and decaying. You can look at that as sort of a reference to Angela herself, kind of this parallel to Angela and the abuse that she's endured since childhood. Just in the environment of the place where we find her. Similar to Eddie, where in Eddie's environment, seeing the legs sticking out of the refrigerator and all of these elements that are going to play into what Eddie is sort of here for, that he's being tormented, he feels like he's being bullied, and that he's lashing out in retaliation through violence. Angela, on the opposite end, is a victim of abuse. So her environment is sort of reflecting that, the same way Eddie's environment sort of reflected his character as well. But yeah, before we get into this really great scene and everything with Angela, OQQ, thank you again so much. $50, you got to get that PC. Can't thank you enough for the many hours of awesome content. Thank you so much, OQQ. I really appreciate you chipping in towards my new PC. I really, really cannot thank you enough. What allows me to continue doing this and being able to stream and make videos and stuff for you guys. So thank you so much for enjoying what I do enough to support me and keep me going. Especially right now where I really need that help to replace a dead PC. So thank you. And Goliath 17 with the brand new Prime sub. Welcome to the channel, to the community. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate the love and support. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy your time here. Yeah, thanks you guys. But here is Angela. Wonderful performance. Pay special attention to the tone of the performance, the way they're interacting with each other when they first start speaking to each other, where their reflections are they're sort of speaking to each other through their reflections, versus when Angela turns around and starts speaking directly to James. There's a lot of key moments where the tone of this scene very much shifts and changes.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah,
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I... I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Yeah, there's so much so much information on top of just being such a great scene. Like, this music and how it accompanies everything, the performances from both Donna Burke and Guy Seehee, where Donna Burke's going back and forth between sort of the sleepier, dreamier tones and then getting sort of aggressive with like, are you afraid? And then sort of catching herself, realizing that she's not acting like herself, that she's, sort of acting out, that, especially towards a male figure. She's traumatized from all of this abuse that she's endured since childhood. And literally, up until she stabbed her father to death, which most likely would have happened sometime in the past day, since she ran away and wound up here. So her sort of getting past that fear and mocking James for a moment, being like, are you afraid? And then catching herself and like apologizing, going back to the more try to be less conspicuous type of almost childlike, you know, in the way that she behaves, which is also common in a lot of victims of abuse, you know, when it happens from a young age, where you have kind of a duality of needing to act and come off as more mature, but then also sort of reverting to childhood in traumatic times. So that aspect of Angela's character, I think, really comes through without it needing to be sort of painted on very blatantly. Like, you can pick it up just from subtle cues, little things in the way that she speaks and the way that she acts. And then the big, you know, James trying to take the knife and having that big reactionary moment of, you know, a man reaching toward her that she, as a victim, you know, of abuse, is reliving this trauma from her father all of a sudden and just reacting naturally by taking that defensive stance and realizing again sort of what she's done, being forced to come to terms with the fact that she defended herself and stabbed her father to death. And she's having to sort of relive that through this interaction with James. Whereas James, you know, is not quite to that point yet. Through Maria, he will begin having to go through that same sort of journey where he's being forced to relive aspects of something in his life that went wrong. The death of his wife, Mary. So Maria, representing his wife, looking like his wife, and dying repeatedly directly in front of him, forcing him to kind of come to terms with that later on. Angela, you can almost look at her as being on a very similar journey as James, and she's like one step ahead of him. Like, her level of understanding what she's done and where she's at, you know, what Silent Hill is sort of forcing her to come to terms with. She's essentially what James becomes each step of the way. She's a little bit ahead. The point where we find her in here, she's kind of starting to piece things together, but she's still reacting to things in, you know, a very in the moment way, like her traumatic reaction to James reaching towards her, and she takes on the defensive stance with the knife. So again, we sort of see James follow in that same path, where right now he's still piecing things together, but eventually he'll start coming to terms with things more and more, where he starts to accept it more the way Angela does, right up to the point of kind of the ending of the game. We don't need to get that far into it because we'll talk about it when we get there. But for those of you who know, you know. Is the prisoner coin always in that room? Yes. So we picked up the prisoner coin. Large coin imprinted with the image of a prisoner. Prisoner looks like a woman. Look at that. Enhanced edition. Sorry, I can't get over what a great job the enhanced edition modders did. Upscaling and redoing a lot of this inventory artwork and stuff. Like, looks wonderful. But yes, the prisoner coin is always in that room. And I think that is very much, you know, supposed to be another intentional parallel where Angela sort of sees herself as being this prisoner of her home. The fact that it shows, you know, specifically that the prisoner looks like a woman. Hey Nub, can you accidentally leave the old man coin or snake coin behind before jumping to Blue Creek? You can, but because of the way the maps connect, you can always climb back or loop back around through one of the unlocked doors. So You can always backtrack. You can't like soft lock essentially. But yeah, you can climb back through the window. Ooh, the game just hitched. OBS might have even disconnected for a second there. That was weird. Well, we're at the 4 hour mark. Uh that was my first like kind of major weird thing. Seems to be okay now. We're just gonna keep going. Thought it was my internet. No, everything on my PC freezed up, or Rachel's PC freezed up for a moment. Stream went green for a second. Was it green for you guys? I thought it might have just been like a freeze frame, like the game hitched for a few seconds, then caught up. We need that Giga PC now. This isn't even like the problem PC. This is Rachel's PC. I don't know why it's being weird. I'm apparently just bad at setting up things. Oh, I am dropping some frames, so I might be having some internet problems. Not for me, no green, just froze. Sorry, I'm just kind of wandering around aimlessly right now watching my internet and OBS. Now I'm paranoid. I don't know why I'm so cursed with like tech issues lately. I apologize for that. All right, so let's just go ahead and solve this, but first gotta talk about the coin. This is a completely new computer. I have to do this pretty much completely from scratch. Wemsters. Wemsters, thank you so much for the 23 months praying to the internet gods. It seems like it's stabled out. I think we just had like a random little hiccup. Maybe something downloaded in the background for a second or something. But thank you so much, Wemsters. I very much appreciate that. But I need to make a new text document. Window smaller. Capture. That. Next file. Hit font. See if this exists on Windows 11. Symbol font. Yep. Big. Capture. Okay, so all that set up, just so I can show you this this neat Easter egg. So right now, this is just a regular text, document, Windows 11 text document, set to symbol font. And symbol font uses just a lot of different characters to represent essentially an alphabet. It's Greek characters. Symbol font itself a lot of times is used for like mathematical equations that use Greek characters and symbols in place of numbers and functions. So symbol font is essentially just this common font. It's been a regular, commonly accessible font for decades now. And in Silent Hill 2, if you look at these coins, the writing that is around the edge of each of these coins is written in symbol font, meaning we can translate these. So if you look first of all at the snake coin and the old man coin, the writing for both of these is exactly the same. But the writing for the prisoner coin is different. So first, we'll translate the snake and old man text and show what that is. And then we'll translate the prisoner text. So first, for the old man text, instead of typing in lowercase, which is this right here, I'm going to be typing in caps lock, which gives us these characters. And we're starting from, basically, if you were to look at the coin as though it were a clock, we're starting from like 9 o'clock, that word, and going clockwise around from basically the back of the head to the front of the head. So with that word first, near the back of his head, going clockwise around. So that's what we get. So if you look at the text around the coin and the text typed up in symbol font, you can see that it's an exact match. So then if you take this symbol font and you change it into something other than symbol, or Richard. This is now Poor Richard font. You can see what I typed out, the way that it translates over to Giha, and this is needs a little bit of explanation. So basically what we get is Japanese that's written out in English letters, or Romanji. And when you're translating Japanese to English, the character for 2 can be written in multiple ways. So 2 can also be written and pronounced as su. And with ha, the character for wa, I don't know why that one is tiny, but ha can be pronounced as wa alternatively. So Tugiha becomes tsugiwa. Tsugiwa in Japanese is essentially meaning up next is, a phrase usually that is before a list of people or things or ideas. So that is exactly what the rest of this is. It is a list of names of people who work on Team Silent. This is Eiichi, specifically Eiichi Ito, who you'll see in the credits, is basically the artist who made all of the inventory artwork and items and all of those sort of things that are, in your inventory. Like Eiichi Ito is the main artist and designer behind that. And Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, and Zate were probably members of the art staff that were all part of that. So this first writing around the coin is just giving a list of basically the art staff who made these icons and made all of these things for the inventory. So Eiichi Ito, Toshiko, Rinta, Asuma, and Zate. Now, using the same thing, I'm going to change the font back to symbol. So you can see there is symbol font again. And now, looking at the prisoner coin. So with the prisoner coin, it's going to be starting with this word at the very top. So again, if you're looking at the coin as though it were a clock, starting at 12 o'clock at the very, very top, and going clockwise all the way around. So starting with that word. You get this writing in symbol font. You can kind of match what comes up in the text file versus what's on the coin. You can see that it's an exact match. So now, if you take that text out of symbol font, change it into something else so that you can see what was written. For Richard again, you can see this is what is typed out. Tatsuki ga kyonen no 12月に生まれました. So Tatsuki is a name, the proper name, usually like a boy's name, but not exclusively, but commonly. Tatsuki ga kyonen no 12月に生まれました. So in Japanese, this would translate over to Tatsuki was born in December of last year. So written around this coin is a little Easter egg referring to one of the members of Team Silent, possibly on the art or just in general, having a baby, having a new, most likely son named Tatsuki, December of last year. So I don't know if that would be when this icon was made, somewhere around 99 or 2000. But yeah, Tatsuki ga kyonen no 12月に生まれ. Tatsuki was born in December of last year. So there is neat Easter egg. One of the coolest little Easter eggs in Silent Hill 2. Stuff back up where I can see. Sorry, I had to shift everything around to make room for the text. Here we go. Now, after going through all of that just to talk about the writing on the coins and what a cool little Easter egg it is, now we're just solving the actual puzzle. There's something written on the desk. 3 bright coins in 5 holes B. At one end sits the seducer of she. So, seducer of she is a reference to biblical stories with the snake being the seducer. So we know that there is the snake at one end of the series of 5 holes. We also know that there's only 3 coins. A lot of people get stuck on this puzzle thinking that there are 5 coins, you know, a different coin for every single hole of this desk. But there is only 3. So it just, the difficulty, riddle difficulty that you play on, just depends on what order you put them in. So at one end sits the seducer of she. One end of the either the first or last slot will be the snake coin. The wind from behind, the woman doth play. So the wind kind of referring to there not being anything there, meaning behind the woman there will be nothing. We also know that the woman is the prisoner coin. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. So furthest from them is an empty hole. So one end is the snake, one end is empty. The old one, the old man beside the serpent sits not, so it is not next. The old man coin is not next to the snake. 'Tis to the prisoner's left that he doth rot. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. So one end sits the seducer of she. So it can either be all the way to the left or all the way to the right. But all the way to the right. One thing about this puzzle, if you've got a coin already put in and you just want to reread the puzzle, it forces you to take it back out and then examine it again in order to get the writing. I always found that a little bit annoying when you're trying to solve it. So at one end sits the seducer of she, the wind from behind, the woman doth play. The formless one, null, lies furthest from they. Old one beside the serpent sits not. 'Tis to the prisoner's left, he doth rot. So for this, prisoner is going to be in the middle. The old one, 'tis to the prisoner's left, he doth rot. And the snake is not immediately next to either one. The wind from behind the woman doth play, so the woman is facing this way. The wind would indicate this being empty. And this being the formless one, null, that the snake would need to be at the far end to the right. This riddle is similar to the piano in Silent Hill 1. I don't think there's quite so much to get lost on this one. The big thing is, and the most common thing is, yeah, a lot of people get stuck thinking that there's 5 coins. Because I thought the same thing. I very distinctly remember looking around for quite a while for more coins before really reading the puzzle and realizing, like, oh, some of the things are supposed to be empty. But this does solve and give us the Limehouse key. So this is a reference to Adrian Lyne, who directed the movie Jacob's Ladder, which was very influential to Team Silent. And James, his whole character design is like clothing and everything is very much based on the main character of Jacob's Labyrinth. Jacob's Labyrinth? Jacob's Ladder. Wrong with my brain. That would be a hell of a mashup. Jacob's Ladder combined with Labyrinth with David Bowie. Ah, we didn't get it. So there's a completely random sound effect. It doesn't always trigger. It is a completely random event where you'll hear whispers in this room when you enter it for the first time. But we didn't get it. The whisper itself was up to a lot of debate for many, many years about what the whisper actually was, who it was that was speaking, and what was being said. There were fan arguments for literally years and years about what that whisper was supposed to mean or what it was supposed to be. And many years later, I think it was like 2016 or something, 2017, not that long ago, someone made a YouTube video about it where it was literally just a stock sound effect. It was just a stock sound effect. It was not meant to be anything significant. It wasn't any of the actors in the game. It wasn't any specific words being said. It was essentially just creepy whispers to sound creepy. Gotta love the whisper. It was somewhat a good show that not everything in the game is that deep. I agree. I think things like that are important to take note of, where fans fought about it for such a long time and eventually it was revealed like it's just a sound effect. It's literally just an unaltered stock sound effect stuck into the game because they wanted a creepy sound, and it's not any deeper than that. And because this game has so many ambiguous open things like left up to interpretation, it's easy to try to look deeply because there is a lot of things that legitimately do have confirmed, particular meaning to them that devs have talked about and that, is out there, like information out there explaining specifically what a lot of these small details mean and how intentional they were. But not everything is, that deep. Some stuff is just a creepy sound effect for the sake of being creepy. And it's a good thing to kind of keep in mind. Like, as much fun as it is to kind of pick apart these games and look more into their depth, you also kind of just have to enjoy the simplicity of them too sometimes, where something is just creepy looking or creepy sounding, and it doesn't have to go much farther than that. You don't have to really think about it any further than that. It's just, here is this thing. It is weird and creepy and, I don't like it. There's a certain, love of that simplicity when it comes to horror. Like, everything kind of boils down to that. It's nice having all of the depth surrounding it to prop up elements of the story and the characters and sort of make them feel more fleshed out and more real. But sometimes it just needs to be a horror game and something just needs to be creepy. And that's it. Speaking of, remember, Masahiro Ito said it himself. He's not fucking. He ain't fucking. I'm gonna try to see if I can let him grab me so you can see his tentacle tongue. He has a tentacle tongue. But he has to grab me. Ooh, don't do that. There it is. And the fucking punch. I literally had just enough bullets. Had exactly enough. Look at him down there. Just look at him go. So technically you don't need to spend any ammunition on that fight. First real encounter with Pyramid Head. You never technically do damage to him, but if you hit him with enough attacks, he will leave. But that fight also runs on a timer, so you can just stand there and avoid him. If you know how to dodge him, you just move around him and not waste any time, or excuse me, not waste any ammunition. But it does take quite a bit of time for him to finally leave doing it that way. Much faster to attack him. Where'd the water go? So there was a door at the bottom of the stairs. So presumably it all just drains out. But yeah. Not like the streets are particularly wet or anything after that. Almost like it might not have really been there in the first place. Because reality is all about how each individual perceives it. Warp. Like, legitimately, that's one of the big themes of this game. That reality is subjective. That people, you know, under a heavy enough delusion might very drastically view reality around them very differently from other people, you know, in the same environment. Does anything happen if you try to stop him from leaving? If you try to stop Pyramid Head from, like, if you get in his way during that, he will continue to attack you until you get out of his way, and he will just murder the shit out of you. So if you get too close to him during that whole sequence while he's leaving, he will still, like, try to kill you. He can still absolutely murder your ass. Good shot there. You just barely see Laura in the fog.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
So, nice, quick little interaction with Laura, but first off, she's just, even though she is meant to just kind of be like a normal little girl, she's not seeing anything strange in the town. She's not a manifestation. She's a real girl. She's, you know, devs have commented before, she's not a ghost or anything like that. But she's still kind of creepy, like, looking at her. Especially because she's not seeing everything the same way that James is. She sees it as a lot less threatening and, decrepit. Um, so James sort of having that reaction of like, what are you doing? Like, how is this little girl just walking around this horrible nightmare place, and she doesn't see it that way? So you get that, are you blind or something kind of response to it. And yeah, it's interesting seeing that dynamic, and then her making the comment of, well, you didn't love Mary anyway. We get this idea that she knows who James is, she knows who Mary is, and she has this idea in her head that James didn't love Mary anyway. So the only place that she would get that idea would be from things that Mary herself would have told her in letters or in person when they were together in the hospital. So now James knows that Laura somehow is connected to Mary. And we, as a player, get more of an idea of kind of how they're connected. Why Laura has, a low opinion of James. Did Laura draw this on the wall? See, to us, it looks kind of like old, worn out graffiti that's been here a lot longer than since, Laura would have been here. But again, that's maybe just James's perception of it. It looks similar to the way that Laura draws a cat later on in the hotel. So maybe she did. Like, maybe to Laura, that's fresh. She just did it not long ago. But to James, it looks old and worn out. Again, even just simple little things like that. There's so many different ways you can kind of think about it. And it doesn't really give you too many direct, clear answers. The devs give you some clear answers like, Laura is real. So you don't have to theorize around her being a figment of James's imagination or manifestation or, anything else like that. But it does let you sort of play around with other ideas within that, Rosewater Park. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? So this is the first place that James circles on the map. As soon as you pick up your map and as soon as you get a chance to write down where you should be going to look for Mary, his first thought is that she's going to be at Rosewater Park. That's the first place that he wants to look. And after all of that horrible, nightmarish going through the town, through the apartments, dealing with Pyramid Head, all these other strange people like Angela, Eddie, Laura, finally here at the gazebo. Best thing about the PC versions being able to save wherever. Great visuals here. Seeing the fog everywhere, the docks and things just sort of going out and fading off into the fog. There's Maria. We already know that this scene is different because we've seen it in the trailer. Because here, of course, iconic scene, first time meeting Maria, next to the hot dog cart, everyone's favorite set piece to an iconic scene in the background is the hot dog cart. And the new trailer for the remake, or the only trailer for the remake, he's standing at the end of a gazebo. Apparently we're too good for the hot dog cart.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Don't be ridiculous. The hot dog stand is very important symbolism. I agree. Soft pretzels. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you there. I was admiring these soft pretzels and hot dogs. These are the things that the remake is going to strip away from us. Don't forget them. Cherish them. Cherish the soft pretzels and hot dogs. But also, this is Maria. This is our introduction to the character of Maria. She is literally James's wife, Mary, reborn, born from a wish, manifested by the town by a combination of Mary's emotions and memories combined with James's desires for what he potentially wanted Mary to be, what she could have been had she not been ill, you know. Someone healthier, someone sexier, but still with sort of the feelings and memories of his wife Mary combining to make Maria. And we know this through Born from a Wish, and Born from a Wish actually ends with this scene here where Maria first meets James. So this is where I will make a save and play through Silent Hill 2 sub-scenario Born from a Wish next time.